Hey guys, welcome back. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando. I'm sorry for the delay. I've been vibing on some music. Too bad I can't share much on the stream. I do have to make a living after all. So I welcome you to the show. We are going to talk watches. I'm going to continue my coverage of the Phillips auction in Geneva that's coming up on May 13th and May 14th. I have done this with in Eichen earlier for their May 11 auction. A lot of interesting pieces, a lot of heavy hitters there. I posted the link to the Phillips auction in the chat already. So if you would like to check it out with me, if you would like to follow it with me, and if you would like to drive my attention to any of the particular pieces that I should cover, whether I skipped over them or I did not get to them yet, you can feel free to send them in with the lot number, with a super chat, and I would be more than happy to dive right in and talk about the watches in some historical and horological detail with you. I went through most of the first 50 pieces. Again, I skipped over some of them. If you want me to take a look at them again, or if you want me to talk about them for the first time, again, you know what to do. But I will go on with number 50, which is the Aquanaut Jumbo in a limited edition made for Singapore. One of only 500 pieces. This was supposed to commemorate a grand exhibition Patek held in the city. Um, as you know, traditionally, there are very important markets for watches, for Swiss watches. In Europe, Italy, and Germany are always very important. Of course, the United States is important. But when it comes to Asia, places like Hong Kong and Singapore have an almost outsized importance. And that has a very specific reason, of course, because these countries, these cities, are full of collectors who are extremely passionate about watches. You know, in the United States, we have more guns than actual people because we love guns as much, if not more, as we love our fellow human beings. Well, in Singapore, people just love watches. So if there's one place on earth that deserves these kinds of special editions, limited editions, it is Singapore. This is a 5167A that was made for the Grande Exhibition just a few years ago, with special red accents and a matching tropic strap, matching rubber strap in red. The centrally deployed, the sweeping seconds hand is also fully in red. And you can see how there's that subtle screening of the logo of that Grande Exhibition on the sapphire case back as well. But let's read a little bit about it. Launched to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Aquanaut, Patek Philippe introduced the reference 5167 in 2007. Aquanaut, as you might already know, was launched in 1997, and most people, I'm sure, can recognize it as a certain iteration, a reworking of the original 1976 Gérard Janta design. It has always been rumored that Laurent Ferrier, who of course now his own brand, had something to do with the conception of the Aquanaut. He was at that time head of the creations department at Patek. Création, you can say design, probably would be the most appropriate way of translating that. Personally, I like it better than the Nautilus as a design, which doesn't say much because I don't like the Nautilus at all. But that being said, the 5167, which is the 40 millimeter version, was introduced in 2007, and for a little while it was a sleeper. And 5167 was the one that finally hit it out of the park. Of course, some might say that it was in fact the 5164, the travel time, which was seen on the wrist of John Mayer and came very highly recommended by him. You might actually say, and you might actually argue, it was that particular reference that made the mainstream conscious of the Aquanaut as a design in the first place. Highly sought after in the recent years, this reference, 5167, can be considered as one of the hottest Patek Philippe sports models on the markets, alongside the less robust Nautilus. What? All right. Yeah, just because you can wear a watch on a rubber band doesn't mean it's somehow sportier or more robust. Certainly not more robust, but you know, sometimes people get carried away by the beauty of their own writing. I guess it's one of those moments. In 2019, to celebrate and commemorate the 2019 Grande Exhibition in Singapore, Patek Philippe delighted the collectors by launching the reference 5167 with an unusual twist, adding an eye-catching red detail. The model now displayed these accents on the dial as well as the seconds hand. A red strap was delivered with the watch, giving it a memorable appearance, one of only 500. The present is the first of its kind to be auctioned in public and also at Phillips in association with Bach et Rousseau. It is furthermore offered with all its original accessories, making it an exciting opportunity for patriots or discerning collectors to acquire this exceedingly rare variant of a highly sought after model. This is lot number 50, reference number 5167A-012, the Patek Philippe Aquanaut Jumbo in stainless steel, made with distinctive red accents to commemorate the Grand Exhibition for Patek Philippe in Singapore in a limited run of 500 pieces. This lot has an estimated value of $65,100 to $130,000 in US dollars. Lot number 51 is the original Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo in a two-tone execution, which of course means that the bezel as well as the big ears are rendered in 18 karat yellow gold, and so are the center links of the bracelets, which I think altogether adds up to be a very nice combination along with the blue dial. This is seemingly a very well-preserved piece and comes with the certificate of origin as well as a presentation box. pieces from 1979. The present lot is one of the rarest iterations of the reference 3700, they write here, as it is estimated only 300 examples were rendered in two-tone. Fair enough, fair enough. While only 1,500 examples were made in stainless steel, which once again, I think, speaks volumes about the collectability of the original Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo. I know a lot of people like and prefer the modernity of 5711. I'm not gonna bicker about that. I'm not gonna argue about that, but this particular reference number, the original reference number, which is exceedingly rare, even in the stainless steel, which is, of course, its original conception. It was, after all, made for Patek Philippe to rival Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak. I think this is really it. And it also has a certain lightness, elegance, and sleekness that the more modern version exchanges for perhaps added robustness, durability, and an extra panache of sportiness, right? So they are watches that perhaps represent a similar essence or represent the same essence, but in different ways, with embodying a different ethos, so to speak. So this is a great piece for those who are interested in something a little more vintage, something a little more perhaps dressy, those who love the Nautilus design and actually perhaps prefer a two-tone execution. This is lot number 51. And of course, that's important, by the way, right? It's hard actually to find a two-tone modern Nautilus, right? There's the 5980 in two-tone, but there's not much, right? You can go for, of course, 3800, which is the mid-size Nautilus, which is also very wearable and very interesting piece. Could be a great alternative for some, at least, who might even prefer a mid-sized version rather than the original Jumbo. But when it comes to modern, when it comes to contemporary pieces, you don't have a lot of options when it comes to two-tone. Well, in 3700, you do. In 3800, in a reduced size version, you do. So that's something you might want to consider. This piece has an estimated value of 54,700 to 109,000 in US dollars. This was lot number 51, Patek Philippe Nautilus in the original Jumbo reference, 3700 in by metal. Pardon me. Speaking of absolute classics, you have once again a 3700, this time as it was originally conceived by the master himself, by Gérard Jantat, presented here right next to its original and now iconic cork box, and on its original warranty papers as well, with that smoked blue dial with its characteristic ribbing kind of like a Godron guilloche. Here's the inside of the case back. Of course, I guess I should also add 3700 and 3800 have solid case backs, of course, whereas 5711 have an exhibition case back. This is also from the early years, dated 1979. One of only 1500, as we have just mentioned, featuring caliber 28255C, which is built on the base of Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 920, originally developed in 1967. That caliber remains the thinnest self-winding watch movement with a full rotor as opposed to a micro rotor, and it was the beating heart of the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak up until last year, up until the model's 50th anniversary. So that 49 years keeping the Jumbo alive. Lot number 52, Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo DOG, reference 3700, with an estimated value of 87,600 to 175,000. Pardon me. Since we are already doing the series, we can take a look at the 18 karat gold version. This is, of course, also incredibly rare. Comes with the presentation box as well as the outer packaging, to say nothing of the archival extract that comes with it. I think the piece has been serviced previously by Patek Philippe, and someone left that caseback sticker on the piece. And this particular piece, of course, 3700J, so to speak, the original Jumbo in yellow gold, is rated even higher, has an even higher estimated value purely due to its rarity. And that estimated value is 142,000 to a little above $250,000 in US dollars. That was lot number 53. 54 is the reduced size Nautilus that I was talking about just a little earlier. It comes with a presentation box as well as an extract from the archives, as opposed to the 42 millimeter case of the original Jumbo. You have something that is a little more shrunk, but perhaps more universally wearable at 37 and a half. It does wear bigger than that, just to let you know, as is usually the case with the advertised dimensions of an integrated bracelet watch. Differently from the 3700s, it also has a centrally deployed seconds hand, which might make it preferable to some, sweeping seconds at the center, whereas the earlier piece, the original piece, is a two-hander with a date window at 3 o'clock. The date window, speaking of which, has a background that matches the tones of the dial, so that could be also another aesthetic preference. And this particular piece is from 1983. Could be a great 40th year present for Aussie expat, your 40th birthday. This is lot number 54, Patek Philippe Nautilus in the reduced size case of 37.5 from 1983, reference 3800 in stainless steel. Lot number 54 is expected to fetch an amount between 43,900 to 87,800. Lot number 55 is, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful watches to be ever made. I think 3970 was just perfection at 36 millimeters. It fits in some of the most prestigious and useful complications in its inner workings. That is, of course, a perpetual calendar with a moon phase indicator combined with an hand-wound chronograph. Has these classic drooping stepped lugs, pink gold case with dial fixtures to match, elegant feuille hands, and a centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand that is heat blued, completes the picture. A very elegant piece, of course, compared to 3970, which is a little more common. 3971 actually has an exhibition case back through which you can admire the legendary perpetual calendar chronograph movements from that side, which is built on the base of Le Mania CH27. Of course, it is here finished, assembled, and regulated to the standards that are expected from a watch that carries the Geneva seal. This is said to be one of only 8 known in existence, so let's read a little bit about it. Originally introduced in 1986, Patek Philippe's reference 3971 was conceived alongside its sibling 3970. It remained in production for about 4 years, later absorbed into the general 3970 line, which would remain within Patek Philippe's catalog until its discontinuation in 2004. Aesthetically, the two references shared many similarities, like the feuille hands, stick indexes, differently colored subdials, the only and major difference between the two being a solid case back present on the reference 3970 as opposed to a sapphire case back for 3971. Less than 300 examples were ever produced. The first series, produced from 86 to 88, were still offered with a snap-on back. The second series, as seen on the present watch, began production from 1987 until 1990. It was known as the reference 3971E for étanche, i.e., water resistant. So it was equipped with a screw down caseback with only 170 pieces made for research. You see these edges, those are the signs of a caseback that is screwed down, of course, with the proper tool. Pardon me. An additional curious aspect of the reference 3971 is the placement of choice for the hallmarks present on the outer sides of the lugs. This unusual placement was later abandoned mid-production, probably because the location is very sensitive to rubbing, making those few examples like the present timepiece even more desirable. Um, that seems extremely pedantic to me, but hey, sometimes rarity is the name of the game. I mean, that's saying a lot, right? Because I'm all about pedantry. According to our most recent research, the present example is the eighth pink gold reference 3971, to be identified with a peculiar difference that makes it even further desirable. Of the 8 examples known, the present timepiece is so far the only one known with the numbers in the minute track printed as dots in place of the more common and found arrows. Mm. All right, they are really reaching with this one, but that's okay. Sometimes they do that. If you are actually into these details, like the dots rather than arrows and the hallmarks on the outer side of the lugs rather than the inner, if you actually are intrigued by details like this, you're of course more than welcome to bid on a piece like the 3971. Apparently, this piece was the property of Jean-Joseph Jacobert, ex-marketing manager and chief operating officer of Patek Philippe, who then joined Breguet and oversaw the sale of the latter to Swatch Group, which adds an interesting piece of history for lot number 55, which is 3971E in pink gold, a perpetual calendar chronograph by Patek Philippe from year 1989 in 36 millimeter of a case diameter with an estimated value of 109,000 to 218,000 in US dollars. Number 57 is a recently discontinued piece. It's a single sealed piece, so not opened, never worn. Comes with an additional case back, solid case back, the original presentation box, as well as the certificate of origin. These two are stock photos of the piece. There is that scene again from Lake Geneva with sailing boats that has recently been updated to even include a Swiss flag in the new version of the chiming world time watch. This one is the now discontinued 5531R in pink gold. World time, as you can probably tell from the 24 cities on the city ring that represent the 24 time zones, which you can cycle through with the help of this pusher. And as you can probably tell from the slider on the left flank of the case, this is also a minute repeater. The case band is decorated with Claude Paris, the hobnail pattern that has become, in so many ways, indicative of Patek. They used for generations this kind of decoration on the bezels of Calatravas, time-only Calatravas, and more complicated dress pieces. I think it was an ingenious thing to translate it to other parts of the watch, to the decoration of other aspects of the watch. The lugs are hollowed out and pierced, so to speak, which add a different kind of design language to the piece. Of course, comes with a matching déployant clasp, absolutely fresh from only a few years ago. Lot number 57 is a Patek Philippe World Time Minute Repeater 5531R, single sealed, never worn, and the piece has an estimated value of 1,010,000 to 2,030,000 in US dollars. We have a special edition of an Explorer 2 with a black dial at lot number 59, reference 216570. Let's read about it. Only one of 22, more than a decade old now, but looks like it is still in pristine condition, even though it has been clearly worn and certainly sized before. The present watch is part of a special series of reference 216570 made for the British Special Air Service, SAS. Founded in 1941, the SAS is part of the Special Operations Division of the British Army and has remained since one of the most elite special force regiments in the world, the elite of the elite. Shrouded in secrecy, the unit is rumored to employ 500 active soldiers who have undergone a selection process. The 22 SAS rose to fame during the storming of the Iranian embassy in London in 1980, giving them instant notoriety. Their motto, "Who dares wins," is instantly recognizable in English culture. To honor their long-lasting relationship with the British Army, Rolex created a series of Explorer 2s, the reference 216570, for members of the unit. Um, I think the phrasing is a little misleading. I highly doubt that it was Rolex that took the initiative to create a series of Explorer 2s for a particular army units, even though it is part of the British Army. But, I rest my case. At any rate, someone commissioned these special pieces, which, as you know, have become increasingly difficult, if not altogether impossible, to ask from Rolex. All they do, even at the highest level of a special commission at this point, is to engrave the case backs, just so you know. And I'm sure it's also quite limited in terms of what they can engrave. depending on what kind of customer you are. These explorers were offered either with a black or white dial and engraved with the motto, "Who dares wins," on the left flank of the case. It is believed that the 22 Regiment Air Service has most recently commissioned a series of submariners, making the present series the last of its kind. Underscoring the rarity of the present watch is the fact that it is preserved in new old stock condition. The original factory stickers on the bezel and bracelet are present, and the watch has never seen active service since its sale to Rolex London in 2012, as seen on the guarantee card, on the warranty card, an important detail for all original examples. Very cool piece, and intricate case back, properly engraved with what I presume is an issue number. And once again, also the inscription of the motto on the case band as well. Very cool piece. This is lot number 59, made for the 22 Special Air Service, engraved accordingly. This is a version of reference 21657, a Rolex Explorer 2 in 42 millimeter diameter and a black dial. This piece is expected to fetch an amount between 32,800 to 65,700 in US dollars. $60 is another interesting collectible piece, and a special piece made for the Italian Police Divers Corps, a Sea Dweller, by the reference 16600. As you can see, properly inscribed on the case back as well. Let's read about it. These are pieces that are called polipetto in Italian because of, pardon me, of the octopus logo that it has at 9 o'clock, which refers to the Italian Police Divers Corps, for which the watch has been made. To celebrate the 50th anniversary of this corps, the Italian State Police asked Rolex to produce a rare special edition. 78 pieces were made in total, of which 28 bear the certification number of the diver to whom it was given. The emblem of the Italian Police Divers Corps, the octopus, is immediately apparent on the dial and is the origin of the polipetto nickname for the model, Italian for small octopus. The case back engraving is executed using high voltage electrogravure, and it reads on the present piece, Polizia di Stato, Sommazzatori, 1958 2008. The present watch is offered in virtually mint and unworn condition with original factory stickers still intact, comes with the original box, guarantee, chronometer tag, and a leather folder containing a double-ended tool for adjusting the bracelets, extended link, and a credit card sized Bühlmann diving table. Most notably, the guarantee card is signed La Spezia in line with other known examples. Spezia is like a medium sized town in um, Liguria region, I think, whatever it is. And I think it's home to a big base for the Navy. I suppose that's where the police diver corps also trains, I'm assuming. The sea dweller Polipetto can indisputably be considered one of the rarest and most collectible Rolex tool watches of modern times. I think actually modern times is a good distinction because there are a lot of iconic um, pieces associated with comics, associated with the frogmen of U.S. origin, Italian, British, French, so on and so forth. Um, so many other interesting pieces made and issued for militaries and groups of professional divers. But I think when it comes to the 21st century, I can certainly agree with that sort of assessment. The fact that it has a special logo on the dial, um, I think just adds a very cool touch to it. It's a piece of history, and it's also just a cool watch overall. A sea dweller is always cool. I mean, what can I say? Highlighting its importance in the pantheon, the octopus is featured on the cover of Mondani and Ravagnani's seminal work, the Rolex Submariner Story. To find the Polipetto in absolutely mint condition and accompanied of such complete accessories is without a doubt an outstandingly rare opportunity for the collector of rare timepieces. We have seen one of these in recent time. You might remember that it was, in fact, the personal property of the commissioner himself. I don't really have the link at hand, but this is certainly um, a rarity that the viewers of this channel have already been accustomed to. Lot number 60 is a Rolex Sea Dweller made for the Italian Police Divers Corps, reference number 16600, in new old stock condition with all the original accessories that it came with. Polipetto with an estimated value of 87,600 to 175,000 US dollars. That was lot number 60. This is a gold Speedmaster as lot number 63 to commemorate the moon landing, the first watch worn on the moon. And it is a piece that was apparently delivered to the Netherlands. It looks pretty similar to its contemporary, the tribute to astronauts, so to speak, which was presented to all the astronauts who had taken part in the Apollo project, even to the families of those who had passed, and also to the president and vice president at the time, but apparently some were also sold to civilians. Lot number 63 seems to be one of those. Only 1,014 pieces were made in this way, and this is number 495 among them. And it is a piece that is in a very nicely patinated original condition, as you can see, with the onyx index markers as well. The burgundy bezel is absolutely fine too. With dot over 90, which the Speedmaster collectors rightly obsess over. And of course, this was a watch that carried the new caliber 861 under the case back instead of the 321, which was the beating heart of the Speedmasters that actually made it there. Lot 63, a limited edition Omega Speedmaster in 18 karat yellow gold, with beautiful touches of black in onyx and the burgundy on the bezel. One of only 1,014 pieces originally delivered to the Netherlands, as the extract from the archive testifies. This is lot number 63, with an estimated value of 21,900 to 43,800 in US dollars. Next up, we have a wonderful Calatrava reference 96, the original Calatrava reference, so to speak, with a dial that has striking references to a sector dial as well as Arabic numbers at the quarters. A crosshair design gives a certain sense of balance to the face of the watch. The classic lines of the Calatrava case are unmistakable and timelessly elegant. And there is a certain sense of solidity given to the watch with that oversized crown. The heat blued seconds hand, of course, is a beautiful final touch. The dial certainly has seen better days, but for a watch that is almost a century old, you could have certainly seen worse. Let's look at it. Among the first Patek Philippe models to be granted a reference number, and that coincides, of course, with the Sterns coming into charge at Patek Philippe, reference 96 was launched in 1932, the same year the Sterns took over PP And indeed, the reference system is part of their reorganization of the company. It is considered, that is, reference 96 is considered the cornerstone of their production, and it is, in fact, the first Calatrava model whose stylistic repercussions are still felt today, as easily testified by a simple glance at current production, reference 5196. The standard dial configuration for the reference is as elegant and well proportioned as its case, but a quick look at this example is enough to realize we are in the presence of something well removed from standard production. And we are coming here to that distinctive two-tone sector dial that is balanced by those Arabic numerals at the quarters. Few examples of the reference were fitted with different dials. Early examples are known with no subsidiary seconds. Some pieces feature Roman or Arabic numerals at the quarters, others feature Breguet numerals. Some are known with the two-tone finish, and some, such as in this instance, not only present an incredibly attractive two-tone sector dial, but even the mechanical modification of the indirect center seconds. Early examples of the reference, such as this one, are powered by caliber 12-120 based on a Lecoultre ébauche intended for gondola timepieces, but never used due to the recession, which features subsidiary seconds. Such Lecoultre movements were employed from 1932 to 35. 1935, Patek Philippe moves to a new version of caliber 12-120. Also in this instance, some watches were upgraded with a Victorin Piguet devised indirect seconds hack. Beyond the obvious differences between the two movements, even the implementation of indirect center seconds varies according to the movement. Lecoultre ébauche presents under the dial gears, while Victorin Piguet chooses to employ an over-the-bridge system. If you got lost in the sauce there, they meant to say that this is an earlier example based on the Lecoultre movement ébauche with a modification for centrally deployed seconds rather than subsidiary seconds, rather than small seconds. This is lot number 65, a very unique rendition of the original Calatrava reference 1996 with a two-tone sector dial, Arabic numerals at quarters in a 31 millimeter yellow gold case with an estimated value of 22,500 to 45,000. A later example of a Calatrava, bigger, badder, you might say. It is a pink on pink example with very prominent and muscular Dauphine hands with a centrally deployed seconds hand as well. I really adore this watch with teardrop lugs that you can already survey from this slightly tilted view. It's a watch that is preserved in an enviable condition and a timepiece that was once retailed by Haussmann. This is a piece from 1954, encased in an 18 karat pink gold case of 35 millimeters. I want to read a little bit about it for you. Haussmann was actually a dealer based in Rome. So, a very interesting piece of story there. One of the most attractive Calatravas produced by Patek Philippe, the reference 2508 distinguishes itself by its waterproof case, made by François Bourgel, if I'm not mistaken, sharing the same construction principle with the illustrious Patek Philippe chronograph reference 1463. It must be François Bourgel. Produced over 10 years, the reference 2508 is an icon of 20th century design where functionality is at the heart of the design. Elegant and sporty at the same time, the present pink dial is very legible with faceted dot and dagger indices and Dauphine hands, while the pink gold seconds hand runs over a scale calibrated for 1/5 of a second. The dial is free from any blemish, and there's no loss to the Patek Philippe Genève signature. There you go. Further enhancing the desirability of this piece and transforming rare into extraordinary is the Haussmann and Company signature on the dial at 6 o'clock, founded in Rome in 1794 by Ernst Haussmann and Hermann Frielingsdorf. Haussmann and Company is one of Patek Philippe's most prominent retailers in Italy. To this day, Haussmann and Company operates a Patek Philippe boutique on Rome's prestigious Via dei Condotti. This reference 2508 is the only known Haussmann and Co. signed reference of 2508 in 18 karat pink gold with pink dial, and one of the only two Haussmann Co. signed 2508s, with the other one today lost, displaying a silvered dial. We talk about this sometimes, but in the vintage market, people love pink on pink, and somehow it's like the um, it's almost like the jackpot, right? In a way, it's perhaps not a royal flush, but should still win you some. It is a rare combination, already usually more difficult to find pink gold cases, and even more difficult to find them in combination with quote unquote a pink dial in this salmon color. You can already tell that I'm not a gambling man from my lack of analogies there. So I do apologize, but it is a rare combination. And I'm not surprised that it is even more rare with the signature of a particular dealer. I don't know how to take care of that glitch, by the way. I'm sorry that I have to go back. Sometimes it just the picture gets too zoomed in and I can't zoom out. I just have to go back and back in. In keeping with this, all right, sorry. Um, Housing the caliber 27 SC for Second au Centre, it was the very first direct center seconds movement produced in series by Patek Philippe. You can remember from just the last Calatrava we discussed, that was a modification on an already established movement base, which had a small seconds dial. So that was converted into an indirect center seconds, whereas the caliber 27 SC is born for a centrally deployed seconds hand to just strike that nuance. I told you, we got to keep up the pedantry on this channel. Can't have all the fun all the time. In keeping with the sporty vocation of the reference 2508, the movement was furthermore protected by a metal dust cover and a screw-down caseback made by the Geneva-based casemaker Taubert. The case can be identified by the number 11 stamped within a key, as well as the logo FB for François Bourgel or Bourgel inside the caseback. Extremely attractive with its tone-on-tone flair and pure design, the present lot wears much larger than its 35 millimeter diameter, thanks to its large downturned lugs and imposing crown at 3 o'clock, much rare than its yellow gold and stainless steel counterparts. Only 27 pink gold versions are publicly known, of which only 4 have pink dials. So only one of 4, and certainly one of 1 in a way because of the Hausmann signature. This is lot number 6, a pink on pink rendition of Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 2508, once retailed by Hausmann and Company and signed thus at 6 o'clock from 1954 with an estimated value of 33,800 to 67,600 in US dollars. We are continuing a theme here, as you can see. Yet another Calatrava, seemingly in an absolutely pristine condition. The case seems as sharp as the day that it was made. Very beautiful and striking angular finish on the lugs for this 35 millimeter case in pink gold. A gorgeous enamel dial, which is very well preserved, and beaded gold track for the minutes. A small seconds subdial at 6 o'clock completes the picture with a Dauphine handset. The hallmarks, of course, are as prominent as the day they were stamped. Original presentation box and the hang tag for this reference 2577. Just incredible. Look at that enamel dial. Looks like an absolute time capsule. With maybe like a faint, very light patina on the periphery of the dial. Again, you're looking at a piece that's 65 years old, with an estimated value of 78,800 to 158,000 in US dollars for this Patek Philippe Calatrava 2577 in pink gold and with a stunning enamel dial. Pardon me. We have been adoring some Rolex chronographs yesterday. Here's an example of a 30s piece again, right around 35 millimeters in diameter and in stainless steel with those um, quaint olive-shaped pushers that seem to somehow fit the vibe of the feuille hands, a stamped coronet on the case back, as well as the reference and case number. A nicely sized crown that sits flush on the side of the case, and a Rolex from the 1930s retailed by a retailer who is still one of the most trusted authorized dealers of Rolex in the year 2023. As you know, they used last year Bucherer to introduce their certified pre-owned program, and you can see how far this relationship goes from this chronograph that is in fact co-signed, that is double branded by Rolex and Bucherer. A multimeter scale with the tachymeter on the periphery of the dial and then a telemeter in a concentric circle. Let's read a little bit about this particular piece. Introduced in the mid 1930s, reference 2508 is a favorite amongst collectors due to its oversized case, flat bezel, and classic no frills design that is, compared to the rest of the brand's production, more in line with those of two historical Genevan brands, Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. This reference existed in two different configurations. Early models, i.e., Mark I, feature olive shaped pushers like this example and a large case diameter, 37.2. Mark II versions instead come with rectangular pushers and the smaller 35.2 millimeter case. That's why they called this one Mark 1.5, because it splits the difference, combines the smaller 35.2 case with the olive-shaped pushers. A transitional design, this piece features numbers to the case back and olive pushers as the Mark I model, but it also presents the more compact size of the Mark II case. The present watch, they end the piece, retailed once by Bucherer, will thrill the most jaded collector with its combination of retailer signature, transitional features, and overall boundless intellectual and aesthetic charm. From 1937, a Rolex chronograph, once retailed by Bucherer, with the reference number 2508 in stainless steel with a black dial that presents a multimeter scale. This piece at lot number 68 is estimated to realize a final hammer price between 33,800 to 67,600. $25.26. They have really gone the whole 9 yards. Once again, um, some beautiful Calatravas in this selection. This is a stunning combination of black and gold. Yet another very important Calatrava reference at lot number 69. This is reference 2526, which is the first self-winding Calatrava by Patek Philippe. Um, and in fact, I have to say, probably the first self-winding watch made by Patek Philippe in serial production. Has this very rustic outward facing double P on the crown, striking enamel dials. In this example, of course, it is a black enamel, which is even more difficult to achieve. Small seconds on a sub dial at 6, and gold beads for the minute track. Baton indices, I think, complement the Dauphine hands really well for this piece, which is presented in a 36 millimeter yellow gold case here. Let's read about it. Patek Philippe's first automatic wristwatch, the legendary reference 2526, was introduced to the market in 1953. Launched with the celebrated caliber 12-680, Patek Philippe's first self-winding movement, it is by many considered to be the most beautiful automatic movement made by any manufacturer. Hold your horses, but it is a very beautiful movement. In fact, so beautiful that a group of collectors asked the solid case back to be removed and replaced by a custom exhibition sapphire crystal case back made for them by Voutilainen et Catin, which is, of course, the case making manufacturer of Kari Voutilainen. So nice enough to be exhibited, but the most beautiful self-winding movements, but I mean, it is an auction lot essay, right? So you have to somehow indulge them the over exaggeration. The reference was produced in yellow gold, pink gold, white gold, and platinum, with all metals fitted with either metal or enamel dials. Those fitted with black dials, like the present lot, are especially rare and sought after. From the first series of dials produced, this dial exhibits beautiful flares around the tops and bottoms of each minute marker. When originally manufactured, the first series dial incorporated holes to secure each baton hour marker, a high production method that Patek later abandoned. With only few examples known, this particular example stands out from the group, having no cracks whatsoever, with an extract stating the watch was indeed born with a black enamel dial. Another highly unusual feature of this dial is the Swiss-made Swiss designation at the bottom of the dial, hence double Swiss, which must have been a requirement of local custom authorities where Patek Philippe would ship the watches. It remains in excellent overall condition with strong definition to the case and lugs, and a hallmark is present between the lugs, accompanied by an archival extract confirming the original black dial. This exciting watch can be considered as an ultimate treasure for collectors. It is one of only 18 yellow gold examples with the black dial, lot number 69, the first Patek Philippe Calatrava, and in fact, the first Patek Philippe watch in serial production with a self-winding movement, the reference 2526, in a 36 millimeter yellow gold case and with a black enamel dial from 1955. This piece has an estimated value of 110,000 to 221,000 US dollars. Please hit the like button. I appreciate your support and presence. Give me a little bit of a boost, and I will carry the rest for you. Here is an example of a complicated piece by Rolex, presenting a very crisp and beautiful case. What we have here is a triple dates 3-register chronograph with an Arabic number at 12 o'clock and a pointer date along the periphery of the dial, which is distinguished by a striking blue hand with the numbers for the dates written in blue on the periphery of the two-tone cream dial as well. This is 6036 in pink gold with a 36 millimeter case diameter. Let's read about it because this is a very exciting and rare watch. Reference 6036 was launched in 1951 and remained in production until circa the mid-1950s, only for about 5 years. It's the third representative of arguably the most complicated vintage Rolex line of timepieces, which is now known as Dato Compax, or more famously as Jean-Claude Killy. The model is preceded by 2 other Killy iterations, namely the reference 5036, launched in 1948, and reference 4767, launched in 1947, and succeeded by reference 6236, all 4 of them supporting very similar aesthetics and differing mainly by technical updates. It is worth noting the existence also of a reference 4768 produced alongside 4767, sharing the same complications as the 4 Killy models, but lacking an oyster case. Thus, its classification as a Killy is somewhat debated. This particular reference 6036, was made mostly in steel, with some examples in a two-tone bimetal rendering and very few in pink gold, as is the case with the current example at lot number 71, presented to the most exclusive clientele, incorporating a chronograph and a triple calendar. The Killy is the most complicated standard production vintage wristwatch made by Rolex, and even in modern times, the only Rolex watch with a similar level of complication is probably the annual calendar Sky Dweller. In some ways superior, of course, as a calendar watch, but lacking a chronograph complication on the other hand. In fact, the ethos of Rolex has always resided in tool pieces. Thus, complicated efforts by the brand are more scarce. In vintage times, beyond the Kili references, only three other models can sport a similar level of complication: the two triple calendar with moon phase indicator references 6062 and 8171, and the non-standard production split-second chronograph reference 4113. This is a very nice, concise history of complicated watches among vintage timepieces branded Rolex. Given the technological and historical interest, it is already not at all surprising that a Kili is deemed one of the endgame models in Rolex collecting, and that's without considering its aesthetics. They managed to subtly merge the iconic Rolex Oyster case and a complicated dial. The final result is a superb sport evening hybrid piece, the looks of which the Crown House never again came close to duplicating, at least thus far. Everyone has their Achilles heel, however, and the Kili timepieces do not make an exception. In their instance, it is usually the condition of preservation. After all, the case has a lot of entry points which might compromise its weather, water, and dust proofness. A time capsule Kili is thus the proverbial unicorn, and yet, as the present specimen undeniably proves, unicorns apparently do exist. Even a cursory glance is enough to understand how sublimely well preserved this timepiece is. The two-tone dial is an ode to dial condition with extremely vivid graphics, unmolested surface, and absolutely even and subtle ivory patina. It truly is a collector's dream. The same can be said of the case, which sports sharp edges, satin finish, and perfect proportions. Even the satin finish of the back is inspired, and the back bears hardly any surface marks. This is the inside of the case back, and the hallmark of the case. Compounding to the looks, rarity, and complexity and condition of the piece, its pedigree is fully and perfectly known, as it resided in the same family since it was originally sold by Rolex. Wow, it's a very interesting piece. The first owner was a wealthy Italian landowner and bon vivant from the northwestern part of Italy, and it remained in his family's possession after his death in 1955, first with his wife and today with his nephew. In fact, the seller knew and was very close to the original owner, whom he recalls very well and fondly, and about whom he can provide an interesting piece of information. The consigner distinctly remembers that the original owner hardly ever wore watches. How he came into possession of this timepiece remains a mystery. Most likely it was a present, but the aversion of wearing a watch of its first owner allowed this piece to reside in a safety deposit box for the best parts of the past 70 years, allowing us to behold today one of the most exquisitely preserved examples of the reference. Forget it, guys. You wear your watches, enjoy them. Um, okay. All right. Hopefully that won't happen ever again. I can, of course, jump onto another auction house, but I don't want to cut this presentation short. Very fascinating piece of information there that the original owner never really wore any watches, and certainly not this watch. The watch was serviced only once on the request of the current owner by the RSC in Milan in the early 2000s. Indeed, the caseback only bears that single service mark and nothing else. Furthermore, it features an unusual stamping, both reference numbers 6036 and 6034, the chronograph model, are present, but the latter is erased by lightly stamping five zeros on top of it. This is an insight into Rolex production methodology of the time, which, of course, is actually called madness, which often employed casebacks originally destined for a different reference as long as they fit, and there was stock. My 5513, for example, has a 5512 caseback because essentially there's no difference. Such a practice will be kept until, at the very least, the late 1960s, when the reference 6241 are often found mounting 6239 casebacks, and by then they would not even care to stamp the new reference and erase the old one anymore. Combining freshness to the market, absurdly well preserved dial and case, original owner family provenance, a pink gold case that is as enticing as it is rare, and a mind blowing two-tone dial, it is not excessive to deem this watch one of the finest examples of the model ever to appear on the market. Here's an example once again of reference 6036. Jean-Claude Killy as this combination of triple calendars and chronographs are named in the Rolex jargon. This particular piece has a very well preserved pink gold case in 36 millimeters and an estimated value of 131,000 to 241,000 in US dollars. Number 72 is again one of my absolute favorites. Langa one in white gold with a rare deep blue dial, a certificate that proves its origin. The older movement with those distinctive islands on the three-quarter plates of that German silver, that particular alloy. Of nickel, copper, and zinc, with its yellowish hue that develops even further through the passing of time, presented on its original box, as you can see, and a certificate of origin from 1997. So a watch that, in fact, originates from before the Richemont acquisition of the company. The present reference 101027 was introduced in 1997. Alain Gonzune exclusively produced a rich dark blue dial, giving the watch a striking and eye-catching appearance. While the series is not a limited edition, the blue series was produced in very low numbers, making it a rare and scarce variant. So popular was the design that in 2017, Alain Gonzune released a second generation of blue dials, this time with the reference 191028. Of course, this one is powered by the earlier version of the manual wand caliber, which is L9010. The original movement, again, is built on gear trains borrowed from Jaeger-LeCoultre and can be visually distinguished almost instantly if you have an exhibition caseback, especially by the presence of those islands on the three-quarter plates. Lot number 72 is an A Lange und Söhne Lange 1, reference 101 or 27, with the rare deep blue dial, one of the most iconic watches with an off-center dial, with an asymmetric dial layout, with a certificate that proves its origination with this blue dial, and a presentation box. Lot number 72 is estimated to fetch an amount between 27,400 to 54,700 in US dollars. At lot number 73, we have an original A Lange und Söhne datograph from 2003. This is the flyback chronograph that in many ways changed the game for high horological executions of a hand-wound chronograph. The movements, as you can see, L9511, it represents basically an entire urban landscape, which is intricately put together with a unique architecture that has some depth, some dimensionality, wonderful finishing and decoration, certain play of colors that is, of course, put into play by the heat blued screws, the rubies that are set in gold chaton, and of course the gilt elements and inscriptions on the movement, which are on the bridge, for example, finished by the glashütte ribbing, the glashütte stripes, you might say. The base plate is beautifully applied with perlage. The movement has a swan neck regulator, which sits on an hand-engraved balance cock. And you can find basically an entire lexicon of aspects of movement finishing, from parlage, anglage, quote unquote Côte de Genève, which of course here is the glashütte stripes on the plates, the interior angles, so on and so forth. You can find just about everything on this column wheel flyback chronograph. And the original version comes in a smaller case that is in 39 millimeters, perhaps making it more universally wearable, and has those Roman numerals perfectly laid out on a triangle between 2, 6, and 10 o'clock, whereas the newer edition has, in addition to the power reserve indicator, above 6 o'clock, all stick markers for the hours. This is reference 403035 of the A Lange und Söhne datograph in platinum at lot number 73 from 2003 with its presentation box. This piece is expected to fetch an amount between 32,800 to 65,700 in US dollars. Hey, GD, nice to see you, man. I'm a huge fan of Lange. There we have it. This is a very nice and a special version of Patek's legendary perpetual calendar in 3940, an absolute modern classic in 36 millimeters of diameter. A yellow gold case with a champagne dial, made in a limited edition of 25 paces for the famous Patek Philippe retailer, and arguably, at least by their own claim, the oldest watch shop in the world, Bayer in Zurich, commemorating their collaboration and commemorating the 220th anniversary of Bayer itself. The case back is engraved in a beautiful font marking that occasion. The dial itself carries the double branding, is inscribed, co-signed by Patek Philippe Genève and Bayer, and also marked number 10 out of 25 pieces, with a German calendar layout as well, which you can tell from from the spelling of May here on the months subdial, and of course more easily from the abbreviation of the weekdays in German, also Sonntag, Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, and Samstag. I love the fact that these micro hands for the indication of leap year and on the 24-hour dial are subtly heat blued, whereas everything else on the dial reflects the gilt tones of the case. And the Dauphine hands, I think, are a beautiful and prominent, elegant finishing touch for this special edition that commemorates both Patek Philippe and Bayer. This is a piece from 1985, consigned by its original owner. Number 10, just like Pele. Number 10, just like Diego Armando Maradona. Number 10, just like Leo Messi. This 3940 has an estimated value of 65,700 to 131,000 from 1985. 25 pieces made for the 225th anniversary of Bayer in Zurich. A beautiful perpetual calendar by Patek Philippe. Yellow gold champagne dial. Number 78 is a very unique Patek Philippe reference, I have to say. The comeback of this type of hand wound chronograph into the Patek Philippe lineup was absolutely welcome, but perhaps not celebrated enough because um, its thunder was practically stolen by the datograph that we were talking about. Um, this was an absolute monster when it came out because 5070, even though it was built on the traditional CH27 Lemania base, had a 42 millimeter case. Here it is in its most rare, in its rarest iteration in platinum, with a blue dial and Arabic numerals, and very distinct stepped lugs with an absolutely beautiful curvature. But for a long time, this was one of the biggest Patek Philippe watches to have ever been released in serial production. So let's read a little more about number 78. Because this model, when it came out again, it filled a gap in the Patek Philippe catalog that was missing for a while. But since it was released right before Lange's Datograph, and since Lange Datograph stole the show in 1999, 5070 was for a while not appreciated enough. I think it has now found its value. It has now found its place in um, the collective conscience or consciousness of the collectors. Reference 5070 was the first modern era chronograph only wristwatch released by the firm since 1960s, which saw the end of production for the reference 1463. Introduced in 1998 at Basel World, it was something of a shock to the collectors since Patek chose to reintroduce their hand-wound chronograph in such a bold fashion, particularly in a 42 millimeter case with a dramatically thick stepped bezel. For the 10th anniversary of the release of the first 5070, Patek Philippe released in 2008 a platinum version with a blue dial. The platinum 5070, represented by the present lot, was only in production for a few years, manufactured in the fewest number of pieces among all the examples of this reference number, which adds to its desirability. Though the case architecture already assures a commanding presence in platinum, these attributes are elevated. The dial color is of particular interest, as it is difficult to accurately pinpoint the exact shade of the blue. Patek itself refers to the color as bleu nuage or cloud blue, but truly there are a myriad of names for the colors that come out at different angles or light sources, preserved in excellent condition. The timepiece is accompanied by its original certificates, slipcase, and presentation box. I think this piece is a modern classic, a little too large for my own taste, but a 5070 is certainly already part of the collective imaginary of the enthusiasts. This is lot number 78, 5070p in platinum with the blue dial from 2009, with an estimated value of 113 to 225,000 in US dollars. Whoa, where do we go? Lot number 80 is an amazing watch. It is a 18239, meaning it is the first generation of the double quick sets Rolex day dates with the 9, with the very last digit, signifying the white gold material of the case, as well as the matching president bracelets. This particular piece has a wooden dial, its original case back sticker, warranty papers, hang tag, and presentation box. A very unique piece, a veritable time capsule, especially with its briarroot wood dial, an exceedingly rare piece that looks very precious and unique. Lot number 80 is from 1994. It is, of course, in its classic 36 millimeter case and has an estimated value of 19,700 to 32,800 in US dollars. Now, before I switch to the next watch, which is one of my absolute favorites, I covered some Breguet divers on this channel before under the heading The Craft of Breguet, kind of a play on words that is very becoming of a nerd like me. Um, this is by far my most preferred iteration of such dive watches. So I will let you admire the piece while I get a quick drink in the background. Please hit the like button if you haven't done so. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. All right, I am back, and we are here covering the upcoming May 13, May 14 Phillips auction in Geneva. This is a very unique lot by a brand that's dear to me, as you can probably already tell. Love Breguet, love all the classic dress watches that have been reviving the spirit of Abraham Louis Breguet in um, really, at least in part, reimagined by Daniel Roth from the late 70s and 80s forward. But I also admire their tool watches, which are a very distinct and unique category. We mostly know them for the pilot's chronographs they have produced according to the Type 20 specification by the Aéronautique Navale, meaning the air forces of the French Navy in the mid 20th century. Breguet was one of the producers of such watches, along with Maté Tissot, Errand, Dodin, and others. This particular piece, however, is exceedingly rare and um, originates in this example from 1962. In many ways, it has a lot of the visual cues that we associate with dive watches from this time period, whether you have in mind the Blancpain 50 Fathoms or the Rolex Submariner. This fits the code with a date window at 3 o'clock and a lozenge shaped marker at 12 o'clock. Beautiful, oversized indices that provides maximum legibility against the matte black dial. The name of the brand written in stylized script and in that old school style without the cross on the T. And a lovely handset as well that can sort of give you an idea why the so-called Mercedes hand was adopted for the hours in Rolex, since dividing that filling of luminous material into three produces three discrete pieces that are smaller and have more integrity, since radium and tritium can fall apart over time much easier when it's a single floating piece that is larger rather than smaller. This piece also has a rotational dive timing bezel that has a bakelite insert that adds it a lot of character. It is an absolutely unique and beautiful watch. Comes with a handwritten certification from number 6 in Place Vendôme, made in 1962, presented here on a Tropic rubber strap, the case back carrying the reference number. But let's read a little bit about it. It's 37 millimeters in diameter, just like the new Black Bay 54. This piece was sold in 1965 to one Monsieur Rosenthal for a sum of 468 francs. While Breguet is perhaps best known today for its history of creating elaborate pocket watches, gentlemanly timepieces with guilloche dials, or even adventure laden Type 20 pilot chronographs, what many do not know is the fact that Breguet dipped its horological toes in the deep waters of diving instruments in the mid 1960s. Of course, you would have known this if you had been following me on Instagram, and I'm gonna send you the link to my earlier coverage of these kinds of watches. I have presented on a couple of different variants of these already, and I'm gonna drop the links in the chat for those of you who are listening now live and who might listen into the show later. There we go. Here is Dan Gurney wearing his particular example, the American racing driver with a Breguet diver that looks just like the one in this lot. Another example with Arabic numerals juxtaposed with an earlier example of this diver watch that was sold by Christie's and Phillips before. And finally, a version of it in a cushion shaped case that combines basically a Breguet diver watch with the flyback chronograph functions of a Type 20. But let's dive back to lot number 82, which is the Dan Gurney, so to speak, here presented as a piece originating in 1962. One of the rarest dive watches ever produced, the present timepiece presents all the design elements of a fine vintage dive watch, such as a rotating bakelite bezel, the absence of crown guards, straight lugs, and large luminous indices for ease of underwater legibility. The scholarship indicates that Breguet made less than 60 of these, such as the present model with varying dial designs, including a version with smaller indices and another with Arabic numerals. I have presented on all of those practically in the Instagram links that I sent you. As such, it is always with a sense of exultation that once one comes across a Breguet dive watch, no less in this sort of extraordinary condition. To date, only around a handful of these watches have ever graced an auction room, underscoring the rarity of the present example. We are delighted to offer the good folks at Phillips Wright this extraordinary example. Another example sold at Phillips in association with Batch et Rousseau in a very close serial number, and it's broke a record then when it was sold in 2018 for 131,250 in Swiss francs. Preserved in superb condition with a strong case, a delightful bakelite bezel, and an impeccable dial. The present watch is a trophy piece for any collector looking to complete his or her collection of dive watches. Lot number 82, Breguet dive watch from the 60s with lovely oversized indices, generously filled with lume and a bakelite bezel, date at 3 o'clock, in a 37 millimeter stainless steel case. This unique watch by Breguet has an estimated value of 43,600 to 87,100 in US dollars. I don't want to skip ahead too quickly. Wow. Lot number 83 is Grande Complication by Vacheron Constantin from around the turn of the century, from 2001. It is a beautifully stylized case with teardrop lugs. What we have here is a perpetual calendar minute repeater with a moon phase indicator. An absolutely stunning movement with finger bridges. You can see the gong and the hammers as well through the sapphire case back. And this is a 37 millimeter platinum case. The minute repeating caliber 1755 was only made in 200 examples. The majority was cased with reference 310 with the traditional dial, reference 330 with the skeletonized dial. 77 examples were upgraded with the perpetual calendar moon phase module. Nearly all of them were cased in or encased in the present reference 320, which is a platinum perpetual calendar minute repeating wristwatch with a moon phase indicator. Remarkably, this was the very first time Vacheron Constantin produced a minute repeating wristwatch with perpetual calendar and moon phases. Two repeating vintage pieces with calendar and moon phases are known, but they feature a simple triple calendar. That is a very unique piece, a piece that's almost visibly Vacheron Constantin, even at a first glance. Reference 320, a platinum minute repeating perpetual calendar with moon phase indicator. This piece has an estimated value of 90,100 to 180,000 in US dollars. Lot number 84 is a Patek Philippe Nautilus flyback chronograph made for Patek Philippe's 175th anniversary. I think it's a little strange because I think it was rather made for Nautilus's 40th anniversary. But anyways, these were special editions of the Nautilus. There was platinum 5711 as well, made with a very distinctive version of the blue dial, engraved to mark the occasion of the 40th anniversary on that dial, and also this ultimately and really humongous version of the Nautilus flyback chronograph in 44 millimeters, as you can see on this gentleman's wrist, presented in cork boxes that harkened back to the original presentation boxes of the 3700. These 5976/1 Gs, the Nautilus flyback chronograph in white gold, were made um, in a run of 1300, I think, and the dial was completed with indices that were applied baguette cut diamonds. The dial is embossed 1976-40-2016. it was it was two references, right? The one was the 5711P that was in platinum with that especially embossed blue dial, and this flyback chronograph encased in a 44 millimeter white gold case and featuring the flyback chronograph for this reference 5976G. One of only 1,300. These pieces sold out rather quickly, both the 5711P and this 5976G. This piece at lot number 84 has an estimated value of 164,000 to 328,000 in US dollars. Number 85 is an exceedingly rare and all the more desired version of Patek Philippe's Aquanaut, the younger brother of the Nautilus, a very popular sports watch by Patek Philippe, here in the extra jumbo white gold case that scales right over 42 millimeters, and a khaki green dial that is matched by a rubber strap, a tropic strap of the same color. The piece comes with its original certificate of origin and the presentation box from around 2019. This white gold Aquanaut with the khaki green dial is expected to realize a final hammer price between 65,700 to 131,000 US dollars. Pardon me. Lot number 86 is once again a version of the Daytona that I really like. Perhaps in a presentation that is a little too ostentatious for my particular taste, but I'm a huge fan of these older generation of precious metal Daytonas that were presented on a leather strap and a matching déployant clasp. Not that I have anything against the Oyster Flex presentation, but I find these quite charming. Here we have a white gold version, namely 116589 SALV, meaning that it has a bezel that is set with baguette cut sapphires and a pavé diamond dial. This piece is almost 10 years old now and comes with its original warranty papers and the presentation box. And it is looking absolutely pristine to my eyes, even though it may have been worn a few times. It's still seemingly as crisp as it was on the day when it left the manufacturer. Lot number 86, which is a very extravagant and flamboyant version of a white gold Daytona from about 10 years ago. This piece is estimated to fetch an amount between 90,100 to 180,000 in US dollars. Number 88 is a very unique piece by Universal Genève in pink gold, a reference 10 to 32 from 1952. You might say it's a pre-pole router. A beautiful pink gold watch with a 36 millimeter diameter and a cloisonné enamel dial that depicts the Arabian Peninsula with straight, well, extended lugs, I should say, that splay out, and a very stylized chapter ring, I should say, that seems to be hand engraved with both Eastern Arabic numerals as well as Arabic inscriptions. Uh, at 12 o'clock, I think it says Saud ibn Abdulaziz, and at 6 o'clock, it says Al Jazeera Al Arabiya, which means the Arabian Peninsula, and it has the Saudi royal emblem as well as the mosque that marks Al Haramain, right? The two most sanctified places in the religion of Islam. This is lot number 88. It is a 36 millimeter pink gold dress watch produced by Universal Genève in 1952 with a cloisonné enamel drawing of the Arabian Peninsula at its center and a chapter ring that has engraved Eastern Arabic numerals as well as inscriptions, which are in fact the name of the Saud ibn Abdulaziz and the Arabian Peninsula. It says it was presented as a gift from the king of Saudi Arabia in the early 1950s, part of a limited production of cloisonné enamel pieces from Universal Genève, depicting the Arabian Peninsula and celebrating the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, very, very beautiful piece. Even if it's not for me, I'm sure it will attract some rarefied attention. It is a beautiful object in its own right, even if you are not privy to its secrets and to its depictions. This is lot number 88, Universal Genève reference 10 to 32, with an estimated value of 10,900 to 21,900 in US dollars. Lot number 90. This is a personal favorite to our very own Piruka, the Swiss, a jump hour piece that is called Saltarello by Vacheron Constantin. This is reference number 43041 in an attractive cushion-shaped white gold case and an exhibition case back, which allows you to admire very lovely self-winding caliber with a stylized and skeletonized rotor that uh, presents the dignity of this elite high horological brand. Vacheron Constantin, the oldest continuously operating watch manufacturer in the world, one of only 200, with a radiating guilloche style decoration on the dial that emanates from where the minute hand is set. You have an oversized aperture at the traditional 12 o'clock spots for the hour, and very prominently presented minutes on a fan-like scale that follows the lines of those ray-like or sun ray-like decorations. A very austere, pure but beautiful representation of watchmaking at its highest from 1999. The case is 36 by 36, so an absolutely conventional, traditional proportions. I want to read a little bit about it. VC launched the Saltarello at the end of the 20th century. The limited edition was available in yellow, white, and pink gold. The present watch is only one of the 200 made in white gold, while Vacheron Constantin had previously made watches featuring jump hours and retrograde minutes. This was the company's first successful combination of the two in a single wristwatch. Furthermore, this very distinctive way of displaying the time, the savvy collector will be able to appreciate the artistry of the hand guilloche dial as well as the elegance of the fan-shaped lugs. You have probably seen the stepped architecture of those lugs, but I do want to bring it to your close attention here. Last but not least, the back of the watch unveils the marvel seen ticking through the sapphire caseback is the ultra-thin self-winding caliber 1120/2, a highly accurate hand-finished movement with a gyromax balance and an open-worked oscillating weight depicting the Maltese cross, a superb piece that can be truly described as a totem of Vachon Constantin's savoir-faire. It is very beautiful and only enhanced by the addition of that 21 carats gold rotor weight. This was lot number 90, the Vachon Constantin Saltarello in white gold, thus one of only 200 pieces, jumping hour with retrograde minutes. This particular piece is expected to realize a final hammer price of 16,300 to 32,700 in US dollars. Continuing with the theme of Vachon Constantin, we have a lovely and delicious square dress watch from 1960s that has a wonderfully stepped case and sultry curves, as you can see, aptly called chocolatone by the collectors since it looks like a piece of chocolate you would break from a bar. 35 by 43 millimeters. These are the dimensions of reference, 6440. A three-hander, a very classical and elegant watch, here presented in pink gold with an estimated value of 27,400 to $54,700 at lot number 91. Please hit the like button if you have been enjoying the show, if you have been learning something from it. I would appreciate your slight boost. It genuinely helps, at least in the long term, if not immediately. The likes are for free, and it certainly boosts this channel a little forward in the algorithm. Number 93 is a more austere expression of Lange's column wheel flyback chronograph without the oversized dates and still without the power reserve indicator. This is the 1815, reference number 414028 in white gold with a black dial with a pulsometer scale on the periphery of the dial. The 1815, in a way, is a dressier, a slightly more toned down version of the datograph. I think the datograph has a certain muscular presence You might even say before the introduction of the Odysseus, the datograph was in many ways Lange's version of a sports watch, or you can say rather, it was as close as they have gotten to a sporty watch before the introduction of the Odysseus. But 1815 kind of reeled the datograph into or back into classical dimensions, gave it a different vibe or flavor with the pulsometer scale, and also, of course, simplified the dial by removing the oversized dates and by foregoing again the power reserve indicator, both of which have a lot to add to Lange's aesthetics overall. But it's not like this particular watch could be mistaken by a watch from another brand either. This is lot number 93, 1815 flyback chronograph in white gold with a black pulsometer dial with its papers, presentation box, as well as outer packaging from 2013 in a 39.5 millimeter case with an estimated value of 33,800 to 67,600 in US dollars. At number 95, we have a gorgeous and very unique example of a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph in a 36 millimeter platinum case. So special that they made an entire video about it. Let's check it out. It's not double sealed, is it? It is. Okay. Why did they do that? Okay. Well, now we will have to read the description for sure. I know that this was one of the pieces made for the Saatchi exhibition in London, I think for 2015, I want to say, with that wonderful black dial with the Breguet numeral at 12 o'clock. And it is a 3970 EP. So étanche again for the waterproof case, and P for platinum. You can see that additional snap-on platinum case back. Oh no, he's gonna cut it again. That's fascinating. I mean, I I didn't realize that auction houses did this. I thought they would be somehow more invested in preserving it as a double sealed watch. But for whatever reason, they have done this, and I'm here for it. Wear the damn thing. Wear the damn thing. I don't care how special and rare it is. It is a timepiece. It is a wristwatch. It is supposed to go on your wrist. So you might as well. read about it. Freshly opened from its original Patek Philippe factory seal. I guess, honestly, I think Patek Philippe must have commanded it. There's no reason why they would have done that and filmed an entire video about it. It just doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, the present reference 3970 with special dial code 046 is not only encased in platinum, but also features a beautiful inky black dial adorned with a Breguet numeral at 12 o'clock and an additional tachometer scale, which is confirmed by its certificate of origin, the third of its kind and the first freshly unsealed example to ever appear at auction. This timepiece was especially made for the 2015 Patek Philippe Watch Art Grand Exhibition at the Saatchi Gallery in London. With over 400 exceptional timepieces on view, the 2015 exhibition was at the time the largest ever overseas Patek Philippe exhibition. To celebrate the momentous occasion, the Patek Philippe produced for the first time publicly a selection of previously discontinued pieces with special dials. Such watches were only granted to Patek Philippe's most trusted and exclusive clientele. Today, pieces from this momentous exhibition are considered trophy pieces due to their rarity and historical importance for Patek Philippe. Fresh to the auction market, the present watch was brand new and double sealed originally. It was only unsealed on January 17, 2023 for the purpose of shipping the timepiece. Oh my God. A video of the unsealing of the timepiece is available to view, and the timepiece is also accompanied by a signed letter from Phillips's in-house counsel attesting of this. As such, it is a study of originality, showing how a reference 3970 look when it's brand new, from the curves on the lugs to the fluting and all the hallmarks. Everything is original, as if the timepiece left the Patek Philippe manufacturer yesterday. It is furthermore accompanied by its original accessories, including the certificate, the setting pin, additional numbered caseback, and the portfolio photograph. This particular reference number was launched, as we talked about, in 1986, was produced until 2004. 3970 replaced the Valjoux-based movements with a heavily modified Lemania CH27 Eboche that Patek Philippe called CH27-70Q, as in quintième, meaning calendar. Furthermore, two new indications were added to the reference, distinguishing it from 2499, which it replaced. That was the leap year indication and a 24-hour hand. 3970 underwent three significant transformations. The first series featured a snap-on caseback. The second series displayed baton markers, feuille hands, and a screw-down caseback. It was produced concurrently with the reference 3971, which we just saw in an earlier lot in its pink gold iteration. Finally, the third series merged the two references and offered both sapphire crystal exhibition caseback and a solid screw-down caseback. The example here is offered with the sapphire crystal exhibition caseback and a solid numbered platinum snap-on back as well. Here's a look onto that CH27-70Q movements carrying the hallmark of Geneva. This is Patek Philippe 3970 EP, made with a unique ink black dial with a Breguet numeral at 12 o'clock for the 2015 Grand Exhibition in London at the Saatchi Gallery, only one of three known. This piece is estimated to realize a final hammer price between 338,000 to 676,000 in US dollars. '96 is a piece that is distinguished by its rarity as well, by its limited production, and by its ability to induce cognitive dissonance in a way, because this is the original Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo, but it is one rendered in yellow gold rather than its original intention, which was to produce a true luxury watch in stainless steel. This is a piece from 1980 with that unique Petite Tapisserie blue dial, 5402BA, understood to be one of only 736 examples. This piece has an estimated value of 65,700 to 109,000 in US dollars at lot number 96. Lot number 97 is another example of pink on pink, and it is the watch that I decided to feature on my thumbnail today. One of a limited run produced to commemorate Audemars Piguet's 120th anniversary. This is 25810 OR, an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak perpetual calendar in the original 39 millimeter case, rendered in pink gold case and bracelets with a salmon dial to match. The fixtures of the dial also follow along the gilt pink cues of the rest of the watch, whereas the indicators in the subdials are diminutive heat blued hands. This is a piece that also has the leap year indicator within the month's subdial at 12 o'clock, and also a weekly calendar that is pointed at on the periphery of the dial. With a uniquely open worked rotor that expresses 120 through this exhibition caseback that is beautifully rimmed, as you can see. In 1995, Audemars Piguet celebrated an important milestone, the 120th anniversary of the brand. As it is a common tradition for watch brands to launch a limited edition to commemorate such events, the Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar was chosen to embody the spirit and history of over a century of the brand. This was the reference 25/8/10, limited to only 120 pieces. Each was cased in pink gold with a matching pink gold dial and featured the classic 39 millimeter case. The distinct luminous quality of the dial comes from the contrast of the circular finishing of the subdials with the straight grain finishing of the main dial. Even the hands are rendered in pink gold, but polished and tapered, so they are still legible against the dial. You can see all these um, nuanced visual cues and how they are expressing very unique legibility on the dial, which is otherwise quite monochromatic, if not necessarily monotonous. To further emphasize the significance of this momentous occasion, the moon phase register is inscribed with the commemorative dates 1875, 1995. A subtle yet meaningful touch, the anniversary is further highlighted on the hand engraved openworks rotor with 120, powered by the firm's self winding 2120, meaning built on the Jaeger-LeCoultre 920 base, that's ultra thin self winding caliber base. The movement is equipped with a weekly calendar and a leap year indication, with its week of the year indicated via an additional central hand on a chapter ring encircling the edge of the dial. In fact, the month and leap year cycle dial features a double recess in order to separate the bissextile cycle and the month indication. Complete with its certificate of origin and presentation boxes, this phenomenally preserved, historically important, and luxuriously elegant wristwatch is the perfect accompaniment for the man or woman who appreciates the marriage of history and beauty. It is really a stunning watch. There's the original setting pin right next to it. I'm surprised that they didn't try to match that in pink gold as well. This is the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar, one of only 120 pieces for the 120th anniversary of the manufacture, reference 25/8/10 OR, with an estimated value of 87,600 to 175,000 in US dollars. We have at lot number 101, Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference number 6265, a panda from a bygone age with once retailed by the famous London jeweler Asprey, with the case back sticker intact. Stainless steel tachymeter bezel, screw down pushers, beautiful silver Soleil dial with contrasting black registers for the chronograph. The 6265 is an absolutely iconic reference, pardon me, for Rolex's sporty chronograph, the Cosmograph Daytona. This piece is from 1986, 37 millimeters in diameter. Lot number 101 is expected to finalize a hammer price of 86,800 to 174,000 in US dollars. A very beautifully preserved example with a later service card as well. That was lot number 101. At number 102, we have a very stunning example of a Rolex Daytona. It is a very special reference, 6270, with a bezel that is set with baguette cut diamonds and a dial that is diamond encrusted with sapphire indices. This example in 18 karat yellow gold also retains its case back sticker. With lovely cobalt blue subdials that take their visual cue from the sapphire indices. This piece is an exceedingly rare version of the hand-wound Daytona. Let's read a little bit about it to educate ourselves. Gem setting such iconic sports watches, Phillips considers a brave decision for the time in the 80s, although 80s was truly the time where when Rolex crossed over into genuine luxury goods territory. So it was exactly the time to actually do something like this. Oh, hey, Basil. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for the super sticker, which represents you with a lovely wide smile. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. That really helps as well. Such brave decisions, Phillips argues, however, would probably not have been made by the company if they had not been spurred by one of their most important, if not their most important client ever, His Highness Sultan Qaboos ibn Said Al Said of Oman, who passed away just a few years ago. It is under his specific request that the first two bejeweled Rolex sport references came to light. One, reference 6269, is distinguished by its brilliant cut diamond bezel, diamond pavé dial and golden subsidiary counters that was produced in less than 30 examples, a dream for the collectors, as Phillips describes it. And yet, the present reference 6270 surpasses even its sibling reference 6269, both in terms of rarity and arguably in looks as well. Only 8 pieces known to the market, including the one they are presenting right here. Reference 6270 is without a doubt one of the most rare, one of the rarest standard production watches, and the rarest Daytona reference. Intriguingly, this example appears to be part of the very first batch made. The distribution suggests that there were most likely between 10 to 20 pieces. Sorry, I quickly grabbed a drink of water. Of course, I drink tap water pumped with fluoride because I'm such a G. On the aesthetic side, its design is as striking and luxurious as its production is restricted. The bezel is still diamond set like the reference 6269, but the stones are baguette cut in this case. Furthermore, the subsidiary counters are in a cobalt hue, which reflect very nicely, as I mentioned, with the sapphire indices for the hour markers, compounding to its historical interest, overall rarity and collectability, and mind-boggling looks. The present example is furthermore one of the very best preserved to ever appear in a sales room. The oxidation layer present on the case hints at very little usage, and the presence of the original green sticker on the case back further substantiates this assumption, making the piece one of the most collectible and important Rolex timepieces to be available, pardon me, to the collecting community. It is, I don't know, I know people have sometimes very strong feelings for gem set pieces, but I think this is just absolutely beautiful. I can't find, anything bad to say about it. It's just incredible. It looks so good that I can't imagine this piece in a similar but non-gem set version. I mean, what was it supposed to have, right? Maybe you can imagine it now, in a post ceramic bezel age, maybe with, in platinum, with like an ice blue dial with darker blue registers and a tachymeter bezel in blue ceramic, something like that. Maybe like a cobalt blue ceramic that would reflect with the sub dials, something like that. Or a yellow gold with a champagne dial and cobalt blue sub dials, cobalt blue chronograph registers, and a blue, like a deep blue ceramic bezel, something like that. But for the 80s, this seems oddly appropriate. This is lot number 102, a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona in an absolutely unique configuration, reference 6270, a bezel set with baguette cut diamonds, a diamond encrusted main dial set furthermore with sapphire indices and contrasted by striking cobalt blue chronograph registers. This piece from late 80s is expected to realize a final hammer price between 1,310,000 to 2,610,000 in US dollars. Number 103 is 1518, the first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph watch, fitting these beautiful and prestige complications in a 35 millimeter case here in yellow gold. One of only 281 examples produced across all the variations of metals. This is a piece from 1950. Beautiful Arabic numerals that have taken on a lovely patina. And look at that unique magnifier, which gives you a better read of the two aperture at 12 o'clock. Let's read a little bit from the catalog essay. This piece was introduced, well, this reference was introduced in 1941. 281 examples produced largely in yellow and pink golds, some examples in stainless steel. Only 4 are accounted for when it comes to that. Out of the 281 examples, it is believed 215 examples were in yellow gold, 58 examples in pink, and 4 are known in steel. A 35 millimeter Calatrava style Bauhaus inspired case made by the master casemaker Émile Vichet, identifiable via key number 9. The present example is a stunning representative of this legendary reference. Phillips continues, boasting absolutely unmolested and vibrant graphics without losses or fading. The dial, furthermore, sports very sharp edges to the day, month windows and the moon phase aperture. The case is in highly appealing condition, sporting thick and balanced lugs with the two hallmarks not only visible but very crisp and deep, one stamped on the band and the other beneath the lug. This remarkable specimen has been missing from the public markets for about 20 years, as it was last sold in Geneva in 2003. Its first appearance goes, however, back more than 20 additional years to 1979 in New York. I love it when certain pieces appear time and again in auctions. I think it's also exciting, of course, to follow it from the perspective of provenance, right? It would not be surprising if collectors had to once again wait a similar time span before this timepiece appears for a third time or for a fourth time, they want to say, right? Because 79 to 2003, now 2023, and maybe somewhere, sometime in 2040s. Given the increase of public interest in these early masterpieces of horology, acquiring such a remarkable specimen is destined to become an ever harder endeavor, thus rendering this one an unmissable opportunity for the serious watch collector. Here is an example of the first serially produced perpetual calendar, introduced in 1941. This example from around 1950 in yellow gold, a Patek Philippe reference 1518 in a wonderfully preserved condition with an estimated value of 442,000 to 884,000 US dollars. We are entering the last hour for our broadcast. If you want to direct any watch related questions to me, if you want me to jump ahead and discuss one of the lots in this auction for you in some detail, or if you want me to skip back and again go through one of the watches, feel free to send me the lot number with the super chat, and I would be more than happy to oblige. Now, let's go to reference 105. This is a prototype of a watch that was introduced by the Pforzheim based independent German watchmaker, uh, Jochen Benzinger. The piece was called Gap 1, standing for German Austrian Partnership, since the piece features a caliber conceived by the Habrings in Austria for this particular model. This piece is the prototype that is accompanied by a presentation box, a personal letter, as well as early sketches by Jochen Benzinger. Inside the box is, in fact, a plaque that is inscribed Gap-1, erster handgefertigter Prototyp. So the first hand-finished prototype of the Gap-1, which is oddly reminiscent of George Daniels's anniversary piece, at least in its dial configuration. I like it quite a lot. I think the piece is wonderfully sized, right around 39 millimeters, in stainless steel. And I like the fact that it is a little thick with these angular lugs. So it has a lovely wrist presence. I love the hand guilloche dial that includes a variety of patterns. The heat blued hands for hours and minutes in the Breguet style. The Roman numerals laid once again in the style of Breguet for the hour track. A continuous running seconds at around 7 o'clock and a pointer date at around 4 o'clock. Since Benzinga is a small manufacturer that makes watches pretty much on a made to order basis, you can customize more or less every aspect of this watch, which brings out in so many ways um, so many different aspects of this particular design. I'm going to try to see what they have represented on the page right now on their Instagram, just so you get an idea. For example, you have something like this with kind of pink gold accents and salmon dial. Um, you have that has like a kind of what can I say, like a deep, like an anthracite gray dial with pink gold accents, black rhodium plated. That's a cool dial. There's one that's very austere with basically matching accents of silver on a silvered dial that is guilloche decorated. There's a sporty version with a very deep blue dial and Arabic numerals, and the hands reflecting the silvery tones of the case so as to create some sort of legibility from the dial, or legibility, I should say. Anyway, you get the idea. I think these are some very cool expressions of this watch. I'm a big fan of this kind of a sportier look of it, which really gives it a unique appearance that distinguishes it a little bit more from the Daniels anniversary. So lifts it out of that homage category. Although I think it's still a legitimate watch, since not all of us have millions of dollars to spend on these kinds of pieces. The list price, by the way, is right around 10 to 12. I think it's around $12,000. I think when everything is said and done, which for a customized timepiece like this is not outrageous, considering all the elements of handwork and hand finishing. I think it is quite an interesting value if you actually like the design. But let's go back to the listing that inspired us, which presents for the upcoming Geneva auction by Phillips in collaboration with Batch et Rousseau, that is going to take place on May 13th and 14th. Lot number 105 is Benzinga Gap 1 in its prototype iteration. The present timepiece represents the culmination of a dream for Jochen Benzinger, as it is the first prototype of the later 50-piece limited edition series. This is confirmed through an official letter penned by the man himself, and the piece is further accompanied with original project sketches. In exceptional condition with its full set of accessories, the present timepiece is an exceptional opportunity for the collector of rare and extraordinary timepieces. This one is offered without reserve, pardon me, so it will start at 1 franc, but Phillips's estimate places its value around 9,000 to 18,000 in US dollars. Number 106 is a piece that belongs to the recently revived Daniel Roth brand. Considering all the inspirations that one takes from the late 18th to 19th century Grandmaster Abraham Louis Breguet, this is a chronograph that is imagined or reimagined in that style by none other than Daniel Roth himself, who translated Abraham Louis Breguet's design codes to wristwatches during the revival. And here is one of the early watches he produced under his own name, the BB 2147, the absolutely fine 2-register hand-wound column wheel chronograph that is presented here in a pink gold ellipsocurvex case with a sapphire case back, so you can admire the beautiful caliber that is built on the base of Lemania CH27. The dial is a 2-tone silver number with what has become the ultimate visual cue of the Daniel Roth brand beyond its case shape, the vertical pinstripe decoration, the Godron guilloché. The hands are, of course, heat-blued stainless steel in the Breguet style, Roman numerals on Breguet frosted hour track finish the piece at 30 minutes, totalizer at 3 o'clock, and a continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock are beautifully situated and perfectly proportioned in relation to the crown. This piece, as the lot essay mentions it, is preserved in excellent overall condition, further accompanied by its certificate of origin and ownership, as well as its Club Daniel Roth paperwork, a true testimony to the watchmaker's heritage and savoir-faire. The present timepiece is a rare opportunity not to be missed. Lot number 106 at Daniel Roth's hand-wound chronograph, reference BB 2147 from 1992, 38 by 35, presented in a pink gold double ellipse case with an estimated value of 27,400 to 54,700 in US dollars. Number 107 is by one of the most respected independent makers today. It's a tourbillon with deadbeat seconds piece, twin gold wheels, double lever, jumping seconds on the DB28 case, which is really cherished by the brand because it won them Aiguille d'Or, the grand prize of all grand prizes at the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève in 2011, just a year after its introduction. This is a piece in titanium and platinum, a tourbillon with jumping seconds, power reserve indicator. It is presented here with its certificate of origin and presentation box, one of only 15 examples. With its floating lugs, this 45 millimeter case is surprisingly wearable. Let's see what the good folks at Phillips wrote about it in the Lot essay. De Béthune has, since its inception in 2002, been a potent mix of ancestral horological know-how applied to cutting-edge movements and avant-garde designs. Denis Flageolet, the brand's co-founder and master watchmaker, rather than simply modifying or improving traditional techniques, takes a precise mathematical and scientific approach with regards to the technical process, case, and movement architecture and finishing of each one of his watches. All of this results in some of the most visually striking and masterful products in contemporary horology. The present DB28 tourbillon with deadbeat seconds is no exception. It features the brand's signature floating lugs, the mobile lugs, and the sail-like top plate upon which is placed the deadbeat mechanism. A discrete power reserve indicator is placed between 5 and 7 o'clock. It's right here. The caliber is a work of art in itself and includes many of De Béthune innovations, such as the self-regulating twin barrel silicon annular balance, De Béthune balance spring with flat terminal curve, silicon escape wheel, and an ultralight tourbillon in silicon and titanium. Launched in 2012, the present DB28 was made only in 15 pieces. Flageolet likes to say that tradition of watchmaking is innovation, and as such, the present DB28 tourbillon with deadbeat seconds perfectly exemplifies the innovative spirit of the brand. Let's take another look with the tourbillon and the centrally deployed deadbeat seconds. The tourbillon itself completing its revolution every 30 seconds. And a beautiful and heady mix of titanium and platinum, as well as retrofuturistic design and traditional horology in one. Lot number 107 has an estimated value of 54,700 to 109,000 in US dollars. Lot number 108 is a striking watch. Excuse my pun. It is a chiming watch by someone that I recently anointed as if it were my place, as belonging to the Holy Trinity of independent watchmaker, between Philippe Dufort, François-Paul Jean, and Kari Voutilainen. We have the new Trinity, and this is Kari Voutilainen's stainless steel minute repeater with an open work dial from 2011. Here's the lovely movement with finger bridges that is distinguished by its hand finishing. You can also see the gong and the hammers through that sapphire crystal case back. Pardon me. And the case is in 38 millimeters and reflects, by and large, the styling of his signature 28. Inside and out, I should say, even though it is highly distinctive, of course, with its open worked dial. The dilemma of chiming wristwatches is, of course, their encasing. Since minute repeaters are understood to be the most prestigious of all prestige complications, they're usually presented in precious metal cases, various tones of gold, platinum. But it turns out that quote unquote less noble metals, such as stainless steel and especially titanium, actually simply produce louder and arguably better chimes. So this is a nice move by Voutilainen to make a minute repeater with an open work dial that would presumably allow the sound to resonate, and a stainless steel case. Let's see what people at Phillips wrote about it. Kari Voutilainen is most certainly one of the greatest living watchmakers, Finnish-born, resident in Switzerland, of course, not only thanks to his watchmaking prowess, but also thanks to his immaculate design acumen and superlative hand finishing. After spending a decade restoring the finest horological creations of the past 3 centuries, Kari Voutilainen became a rising star in watchmaking in the early 2000s with his unique decimal minute repeaters. These watches were soon followed by his observatory-grade chronometers with a movement finish, often compared to that of the great Philippe Dufort. The present minute repeater 10 was created in 2011 as a unique bespoke commission from a client who wished to have a minute repeater made by the master, but with an open work dial to be able to admire the impeccably hand finishing of the chiming mechanism. The 38 millimeter is made of Stavax, an unusually hardened stainless steel alloy that amplifies the sound of the chimes. Needless to say, the chimes of this piece are crisp, loud, and incredibly pleasing to the ear. Mental note, I'm sure Phillips is not listening, but with all the videos they're filming, they should have filmed a video of this with a nicely recorded sound so we could actually hear to the distinct chime of this particular piece. An outstanding timepiece, this masterpiece from one of horology's greatest masters will certainly have a place of choice in the collection of a discerning aesthete. It looks fantastic, actually. This is lot number 108. It's a Voutilainen minute repeater 10 in stainless steel, bespoken by a very special client in 2011. It now has an estimated value between $131,000 to $262,000. Hey, Chris. No, fuck that guy. Jesus. Absolutely fucking nuts. That guy is a fucking scumbag anti-Semite, man. Why would I collaborate with that guy? And it's his artistic capabilities and creative whatever is insanely overrated, with all due respect to your opinion. Number 109. This is by another member of the new Trinity, anointed by yours truly. It is an FP Jaune, a beautiful platinum Octa Réserve de Marche, a lovely dial. And since it is from 2004, it marks, in this case, an early example of the transition into 18 carats pink gold movements. The Octa Réserve de Marche was FP Jaune's third creation under his brand name after the tourbillon and chronomètre à résonance. A precision chronometer as indicated on the movement's engraved bridge. It was the first self-winding movement to provide 120 hours of power reserve and chronometric precision, a world record for a wristwatch at the time. Again, a 5-day power reserve, of course, is still above the industry standards, which is now accepted around 72 hours, even though that has not really become a standard either, because you can see watches that have power reserves that are much less than that, even in the luxury segments, on a daily basis. And FP Jaune's life's work has been, in a way, dedicated to chronometry. Certainly, this piece is not an exception. I think one of the virtues, of course, of FP Jaune watches has always been the design language that makes it instantly recognizable from front and from back. And this is, I think, a very interesting opportunity to own an early example of a movement rendered in 18 carats pink gold and matched here with a 22 carats pink gold rotor weight that is distinctively decorated by a barleycorn motif. A 38 millimeter case diameter in platinum with an estimated value of $65,700 to $131,000. This is lot number 109, an early example of an octa réserve de marche by F.B. Jean that is beating with a movement fashioned out of 18 karat pink gold. We have talked about Kari Voutilainen before. One of the places where he has earned his chops was Urban Jørgensen, which is a traditional name revived by the British watchmaker Derek Pratt and German collector and scholar Dr. Helmut Kott. And you can see here perhaps some of the visual cues that Kari Voutilainen later carried onto his independent brand. In an important sense, you also see that design language that has been taken from the heritage of Abraham Louis Breguet and adapted to the world of wristwatches in the late 20th century. This is a beautiful reference 11CR, a well-preserved pink gold prototype with the détente escapement, which is more familiar to us perhaps from the world of marine chronometers than wristwatches. A very beautifully but austerely decorated hand-wound movement here. The watch is presented with its certificate of origin and presentation box. In 42 millimeters, it has the proportions of a modern dress watch that has the styling of something truly classical, with a power reserve right under 12 o'clock and an oversized second subdial at 6 o'clock. A historic invention, the détente or chronometer escapement is one of the most accurate types of escapements developed in the mid-18th century. It was mostly used in marine chronometers. The balance wheel in the détente escapement swings undisturbed during most of its cycle, except during the brief impulse period, which is only given once per cycle. It runs virtually without friction, which of course is the major drawback of the Swiss lever escapement, the more common one. However, this escapement was very sensitive to shocks. Thus, it was never made in a wristwatch format until a dream team at Urban Jørgensen, composed of Derek Pratt, Kari Voutilainen, and Jean-François Marchand of Conrad and Cyrus fame changed horological history. In 2003, Urban Jurgensen's master watchmaker Derek Pratt started working on a pivoted detente escapement in an existing Unitas caliber. After encouraging results, it was decided that a wristwatch movement with a pivoted detente escapement would be created in a series. The project was then handed over to Jean-François Mojon, a movement constructor and watchmaker. The third member of this incredible galactic team was Kari Voutilainen, who was trusted with not only the difficult task of finishing, regulating, and assembling the first series of prototypes, but also creating the beautiful guilloche dials. The prototype of the new caliber P8 with its patented chronometer escapement and safety system was introduced in Basel Fair 2011. The same year, the Urban Jurgensen P8 caliber won first prize for best innovation at the SIAR Mexico Fair. Another important award was achieved in 2014 when the UJS reference 11CSC received first prize in the GPHG's men's category. The brand's archive states that about 40 finished prototypes altogether for version 1A and 1B, the only difference being the skeletonized balance bridge. 15 were encased in pink gold, 13 in platinum, and 12 in stainless steel. These watches were not intended for official sale, but fully assembled for testing purposes. This timepiece is certainly a connoisseur's choice and a great addition to any watch collection. Beautifully unique prototype piece at lot number 111, reference 11CR by Urban Jurgensen, including touches and interventions by Derek Pratt, Jean-François Mojon, and Kari Voutilainen. This piece is certainly an artifact of recent horological history in its application of detente escapement to the wristwatch. It has an estimated value of 28,200 to 56,300 in US dollars. Hey, Fries, nice to see you, man. It's lovely to see you, and it's good to hear that you are in Geneva and Memovox presenting the pride of Denmark, representing, I should say. Hey, lovely to see you all. Only 20 minutes left, but I'm sure I can cover a few more watches. If you want me to grab one of your favorites, feel free to send in a super chat with the requested lot number and I will get to it. But until then, I think I have time to cover maybe 3 more or 4 more. I'll do my best. Here is a Cartier Crash. You couldn't see them for a while. Now there's one in every auction. And one always wonders. This is Cartier Crash from Paris. There you go, the secret signature at 7 o'clock, inscribed Cartier and Paris. The heat blued sword hands shine against the silver dial with elongated and wonky Roman numerals. Of course, the unique case shape that has captured everyone's imagination lately. a kind of work of surrealist art in and of itself. This piece is an example from 1992 in platinum. The origins of the Cartier crash, long shrouded in mystery and obscured by widely circulated mythology, have recently revealed by none other than Francesca Cartier Brickell, the granddaughter of the innovator of the crash himself, Jean-Jacques Cartier, rather than a surrealist homage or an accidentally mangled maxi oval. The crash came into being with intention from the minds of Jean-Jacques Cartier and frequent Cartier collaborator Rupert Emerson. Um, right. Okay. I don't want to be controversial for being this, for the sake of controversy, but just because someone was related by blood to the family of founders doesn't necessarily mean they hold the key to historical fact. So that seems like an absurd statement to make. And to say that two designers produced something with intention does not mean that they were not influenced by this. I mean, look, just because it's not a copy from the famous Dali painting doesn't mean that it's not inspired by surrealism, right? Just because the watch is not necessarily cribbed from the persistence of memory doesn't mean it's not a surrealist approach itself, that it doesn't represent a surrealist approach itself. Anyways, again, so much for my nitpicking and pedantry. Let's go back to what the Lot essay says. Emerson was a designer of objects for Cartier, audacious and visionary designs that can still be found in the auction catalogs of major houses. The design of this radical form crash was in response to client demand for a truly unprecedented watch. History has shown that the call was not answered in vain, and the crash embodies the societal and cultural changes of the 1960s. Now, well established in contemporary popular culture, the crash remains ever more desirable. This Cartier crash crafted in noble platinum, dating from the early 1990s, is a restrained, elegant iteration of the earliest versions. With a manually wound movements, the case is entirely handmade, leading to a very small production run, possibly as low as 8 pieces ever made in the 1990s. While Phillips has had the fortune of selling 2 examples of the Platinum Crash in recent memory, the truth is that they appear at auction infrequently for obvious reasons. This particular example features crisp engravings and hallmarks to the caseback and a nearly flawless Grenet dial with carefully applied and raised numerals, the curves of which mirror that of the case, accompanied by the matching asymmetrical buckle. It's an icon of the swinging 60s that endures to the present day. Indeed, the case looks very sharp, perhaps suspiciously so, but I'm trying my best to keep my mouth shut. I'm sure Periscope would have the necessary information if something comes out. This is lot number 113, an early 90s example of a Cartier crash in platinum. Here listed with an estimated value of 219,000 to 438,000 in US dollars. Why? I mean, I thought I thought drugs were becoming cool. We live in an interesting historical moment, where people countenance and even encourage the consumption of weed, and even overlook the consumption of more pernicious uh, recreational drugs, and frown upon smoking tobacco, for example. It's To me, that signifies something. I don't have anything profound to say about it at this time of the night, but certainly it is some sort of cognitive dissonance, right? Where people experiment with all sorts of drugs to the extent that weed is not even considered a drug at this point, made legal in many American states, but somehow smoking is bad for you, right? Eat all the fried foods you want, just don't smoke. In fact, don't take any pleasure in life. Simple pleasures, not allowed. Just do things that will basically render you unconscious or health conscious. That's better. That's better for the powers that be. Number 115. This is once again one of those beautiful examples of the white gold Daytona, presented on a leather strap and a matching deployant clasp. Once again, a very well preserved example with a case that looks razor sharp. The case back stickers intact. A striking rubellite dial with brilliant cut diamonds for hour markers, and a bezel set with baguette cut diamonds as well. This is an example from 2005, presented here with its original papers and presentation box from 2005, lot number 115 of the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 116589, is estimated to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 67,600 to 135,000 in US dollars. At lot 117, we have a version of the Rainbow Daytona, now discontinued, for now eliminated from the Rolex lineup. One wonders if a version of the Daytona in this rainbow execution will ever come back. As you know, this piece is distinguished not only by the diamond details, but perhaps more so by its bezel and hour markers that are set with multiple shades of sapphires that shade from one color to the next in an absolute visual festival of delight. This is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116595 R bow. Wonder what that stands for. comes with its original papers and presentation box from about 2 years ago. Let's read what the good folks of Phillips have written about it. After years of introducing various gem set wristwatches, all increasing in levels of audacity, in 2012, Rolex finally crossed the Rubicon of restraint and introduced their most spectacular serially produced gem set Daytona yet. Originally only available in yellow gold and white gold, it was not until 2018 that the present pink gold reference was released. Of course, that last digit 5 stands for pink gold. Aptly named the Rainbow due to its lavish and impressive bezel, carefully set with gemstones that graduate in hue to mimic the color spectrum. The tones range from a vibrant and intense deep red and slowly morph to mauve, orange, chartreuse, green, blue, and finally deep purple. Well, smoke in the water has a Swiss origin indeed, right? The attention and precision of each R bow is mind boggling, and every single sapphire and gemstone used is internally flawless and perfectly cut to fit without prongs into the bezel. The lugs are furthermore set with diamonds to enhance the colorful nature of the watch. Due to the obvious difficulty in sourcing such flawless stones, the production numbers of such timepieces remain extremely low, and across all metals, few have surfaced at auction. Of the few rainbow variants known to exist in pink gold, the present watch is probably the most lavish and eye-catching variant, with fitted pavé diamonds on the dial. The non-set Everrose bracelet allows the timepiece to be worn with ease and comfort and sit well on the wrist. Virtually impossible to acquire at retail. Well, right now it has basically become fully impossible because it was discontinued. So unless some miracle occurs in the next couple of months, it's gone forever at retail. Even for long-standing customers of Rolex, the present Rainbow Daytona is in exceptional overall condition and partially retains its factory protective stickers. The now iconic reference and the now discontinued reference 116595 Rainbow is captivating reminder of the joie de vivre that wearing a watch can inspire, as well as the creative, technical, and aesthetic excellence of the Rolex brand. This is lot number 117. Rainbow Daytona in pink gold, namely 116595, are bow presented here with its original guarantee and presentation box, as well as the hang tag and the bezel guard. Lot number 117 is estimated to realize a final hammer price between 219,000 to 438,000 in US dollars. Okay. I think I'm about to conclude here, unless someone has a very special request. I have about 5 minutes to present perhaps one more watch, unless someone feels generous and puts me to work on a particular hunt, or at least a consideration of one of the lots in this auction, I think I will just choose another one and move on. There's so many. There are so many. I love also the way they have included such an interesting balance of smaller independents, larger and more established ones, some great classic collectible references by Patek, by Rolex, an incredible selection of um, jam sets, Daytonas, some rare Cartiers. Um, this is a fantastic selection, but then again, it's Phillips, so one would expect nothing less. And of course, they have a titanium example of the new Biver watch. I don't even know what to choose. Oh man, there's so many great pieces. I don't know what to end on. Oh wow, I hadn't paid attention to this. Look at that lizard skin looking solid white gold bracelet. Holy Patek Philippe, Batman. It's so beautiful. Wow. We'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow night. I think I will go with the King Nautilus. This is lot 151, the Nautilus perpetual calendar in white gold. I know very heavy hitting, serious collectors um, having languished in waiting list for a few years before getting an allocation of this piece. And they testify that it's totally worth it. Frankly, for someone who rolls at that level and who actually enjoys the Nautilus as a design, I'm pretty sure it does. It is executed fully in white gold with a uniquely bright blue dial and micro rotor caliber based on movement number 240. I think this is a modern classic, so to speak. And in this case, it is coming, of course, with its certificate of origin and presentation box. This piece was introduced in 2018, and it is a mere 8.42 millimeters thick, even slimmer than the famous Nautilus with moon phase, the 5712. It is a true masterpiece, and I think it is the flagship Nautilus, quite rare in allocation, quite unobtainable. One might as well say it's made of that most precious of all metals, unobtainium, rather than white gold. This is the 5740/1G, the Patek Philippe Nautilus perpetual calendar with the micro rotor caliber, rendered fully in 18 karat white gold. Here at lot number 151, it is estimated to fetch an amount somewhere between 131,000 to 263,000 US dollars. All right, friends, please don't forget to hit the like button before you step out. I really appreciate your presence and support. I thank from yesterday my friends Nick Butter and Jake Brooks for their super chats. I thank Bezels for the Soul super sticker today. I think 99 cents is a worthy return for me standing up for 4 hours and talking about watches. I can't expect more. Thank you for your support and presence again. I will be back with you covering the rest of the Phillips Geneva auction that is coming up in May 13th and 14th. I have already covered the In Eichen auction that's coming up on May 11, and I will be covering the rest of the spring season in Geneva and beyond. So stay tuned. If you have any particular requests, you can always write to me, and that email address, which is also connected to my PayPal, is lordhellespont5@gmail.com. That is lordhellespont@gmail.com. If you want to contribute to the channel in any other way, it would be much appreciated. Truly, any contribution is very dear to my heart. At the end of the day, this is an independent platform, completely autonomous, not connected to any industry, any industry player, any auction house, certainly no gray market dealers of any sort. I'm here to work for my audience. I'm here at the behest of my audience. So if you support me, if you contribute to the channel, I will be able to sustain this presence, hopefully for so many years to come. I'm happy to do it for the moment, but your contributions will help me in the long run and will help me to take things to the next level. After all, I invest everything back to the channel, and I'm about to be done with my studio. So I look forward to presenting you that. Maybe I will just work piece by piece at the moment. You know, finally, I will have a place to sit and some backgrounds, and soon enough, I will get a camera and we will work with that. Maybe I'll get a better light source, so on and so forth. But we are getting there. Please hit the like button on your way out. If you want to support the channel, the links are now pinned in the chats. They are also rolling in the ticker below, included in the video description. In either case, thank you so much for your support and presence. Thank you, Bezel, for your super sticker. And thank you, everyone, for your questions and interventions. I love you. I look forward to seeing you on the next live stream. Thanks.